Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The sky above Silverhaven burned crimson as the sun and moon drew inexorably closer, their celestial bodies nearly touching in a phenomenon unseen for 1,000 years. Throughout the fractured realms, both elves and dwarves gazed upward with growing dread. The ancient prophecy was unfolding before their eyes. The eternal twilight approached. In the elven capital of Elysia, with its crystal spires reaching toward the darkening heavens, Prince Erendir stood on his balcony, his silver eyes reflecting the unnatural light. Unlike the tall, willowy figures around him, Erendir had always felt different, stronger, more solid, with features that seemed chiseled rather than flowing. The whispers that had followed him since childhood now seemed prophetic. "The council summons you, your highness," announced Thalion, the royal steward, his voice betraying the urgency that had gripped the realm. The Grand Council chamber glittered with enchanted light as 12 high elves sat in solemn contemplation. Lord Elendor, Erendir's supposed father, rose as the prince entered. His face, normally serene with the immortality of elven kind, was etched with lines of concern. "The time of concealment has passed," Elendor proclaimed, his voice echoing in the chamber. "Erendir, you are not my son by blood, but the last descendant of the Twilight Guardians." The words struck Erendir like a physical blow. "What deception is this?" "No deception, but protection," answered Lady Eleanor, the realm's most ancient sage. From a crystal chest, she withdrew a medallion, half sun, half moon, joined at their edges. "Does this belong to your true father, Duranthir, leader of the Guardians of Twilight, an order of both elven and dwarven blood sworn to protect the realms from the prophecy now unfolding before us?" "I am part dwarf." Erendir's voice was barely audible, though his mind raced with memories. His unusual strength, his affinity for stone, the strange dreams of deep mountain halls. "You are a bridge between worlds," Elendor said. "And now you must fulfill your destiny. The 7 twilight pillars that maintain celestial balance are failing. You must restore them." "I know nothing of these pillars or how to restore them," Erendir protested. "There is one who can guide you," Lady Eleanor replied. "Casmira Ironheart, daughter of the last known guardian, dwells in the Thunder Peak Mountains. Seek her wisdom." As Erendir departed the council chamber, the shadows seemed to move of their own accord in the corner of his vision. Unknown to him, a figure cloaked in darkness had been listening, a figure with the same silver eyes, but burning with hatred rather than confusion. 3 days later, Erendir stood at the threshold of Thunder Peak, the boundary between elven and dwarven lands. The mountain path wound upward through mist that seemed to whisper ancient secrets. No elf had walked these paths in centuries. A stone hurtled from above, missing him by inches. Erendir drew his moon-silver blade, whisper gleam, as a stocky figure emerged from behind a boulder. "You've got courage, elf, entering the domain of the Ironheart clan uninvited," growled a female voice. The dwarf was young by the standards of her people, perhaps 70 years, with flame-red hair braided elaborately and adorned with rune-inscribed beads. An ancient warhammer hung at her side, glowing with inner light. "I seek Casmira Ironheart," Arendir replied, sheathing his blade in a gesture of peace. The dwarf narrowed her eyes. "You've found her. What business brings an elven princeling to my mountain?" Arendir withdrew the medallion. "Ode to the eternal twilight approaches. I am told I am a descendant of the Guardians." Casmira's weathered face paled beneath her ruddy complexion. With trembling hands, she reached into her tunic and produced an identical medallion. "By the Forge Father," she whispered. The signs were true. "Come inside, quickly, before the light devourers find us." Her dwelling was carved directly into the mountainside, its walls covered with ancient maps and rune-carved tablets. A forge burned in one corner, casting dancing shadows across artifacts of clearly mixed elven and dwarven design. "My father spoke of you before he died," Casmira said, pouring a dark liquid into 2 stone cups. "The last heir of Duranthia, hidden among the elves for protection, but he never told me why. Nor was I told anything until 3 days ago," Arendir replied bitterly. "The Council of Elysia has much to answer for," Casmira agreed, "but recriminations must wait. Look there." She pointed to a crystal orb, wherein swirled images of 7 stone monoliths scattered across diverse landscapes. The twilight pillars. 6 have gone dark. Only 1 still holds its light, preventing the celestial bodies from their final convergence. How do we restore them? We must journey to each, rekindle their inner flame with the combined magic of elf and dwarf. It is why the Guardians were formed, a blending of magics that neither race could wield alone. Arendir studied the map on the wall. This journey would take months. The convergence will be complete in days. Casmira smiled grimly. "Not if we use the underways, the ancient paths beneath the mountains that connect the realms. Dangerous, yes, but swift. Then we leave at first light." "No," Casmira replied, hefting her warhammer. "We leave now. The darkness is already moving against us." The underways were a marvel that took Arendir's breath away. Vast tunnels carved by ancient dwarven kings, illuminated by phosphorescent fungi and veins of luminous crystal. Yet beauty and danger walked hand in hand here. More than once, they were forced to hide from patrols of corrupted dwarf kin, their eyes gleaming with unnatural light. "Light devourers," Casmira whispered as they crouched behind a fallen pillar. "Servants of the one who seeks to accelerate the cataclysm." "Who leads them?" Arendir asked. Casmira's expression darkened. "Here's the prophecy speaks of the Sundered One, a being of twilight born to lead the Guardians, but corrupted by shadow." Something in her words awoke a memory in Arendir, dream fragments of a face like his own, yet different, reaching for him across a great divide. They reached the first pillar by midnight, a massive obelisk of black stone shot through with veins of silver, standing atop a mountain peak where the borders of 3 realms met. Its surface, once glowing with arcane symbols, was now dark and lifeless. "We're too late," Casmira breathed, running her hands over the cold stone. "Someone has corrupted its core. Can it be restored?" "Yes, but we need..." Her words were cut short as a blade of shadow materialized at her throat. "You need the blood of a guardian," came a voice so like Arendir's own that he startled. From the shadows stepped a figure that stole the breath from his lungs. It was like looking into a mirror, save that where Arendir's hair was golden, this being's was midnight black. Where Arendir's eyes held confusion, his held purpose. "Brother," the newcomer said, the word dripping with venom. "How kind of you to join our family reunion." "Who are you?" Arendir demanded, whisper gleam drawn and gleaming in the fading light. And Niam Malandir, your twin, separated at birth and raised in shadow while you basked in the light of Elysia." He smiled, a cold expression that never reached his eyes. "The prophecy speaks of twins born to either save or destroy. The High Council chose you as savior, abandoning me to darkness." "That's not possible," Erendir whispered, though in his heart he knew it to be true. "I assure you, it is," Malandir replied. "And now I lead the Light Devourers to bring about the eternal twilight, the only force powerful enough to unite our divided realms forever." "By destroying them," Kasmira spat, despite the blade at her throat. "By remaking them," Malandir corrected. "The convergence will release power beyond imagining, power I will harness to create a new world where none are cast aside." Erendir lowered his blade fractionally. "Brother, if what you say is true, I too was deceived. But this is not the way. The eternal twilight will not unite our peoples, it will annihilate them." "Pretty words from the chosen prince," Malandir sneered, but doubt flickered across his features. In that moment of hesitation, Kasmira acted. The runes on her warhammer blazed to life as she swung it in a broad arc, forcing Malandir back. "Now, Erendir!" she shouted. Understanding flowed between them. Erendir pressed his medallion to the pillar's surface as Kasmira did the same. Light and shadow, sun and moon, elf and dwarf, magics long separated flowed together. The pillar awakened with a pulse of blue light that spread upward into the sky. Malandir howled in rage, summoning shadowy figures that surrounded them. "You cannot reach the other pillars in time, brother." "My forces control the underways." Erendir met his twin's gaze steadily. "There is another way. Join us, Malandir. Together, we could restore what was broken. And then what? Return to our separate worlds. You to glory, me to shadow." "No," Erendir replied, extending his hand to build something new, not through destruction, but creation. For a moment, the battlefield grew still. In the crimson sky above, the convergence slowed, as if the heavens themselves awaited the twins' decision. "The choice was made for us long ago," Malandir said softly, the rage in his eyes dimming to sorrow. "But perhaps it need not bind us forever." He stepped forward, not to take Erendir's hand, but to place his own medallion, black where Erendir's was silver, against the pillar. Magic surged, brighter now, spreading from pillar to pillar across the realms as if awakening from a long slumber. In the sky, the sun and moon halted their convergence, held in perfect balance, not merged, not separated, but in harmony. "The eternal twilight," Kasmira breathed in wonder. Not a moment of destruction, but a state of balance. The Light Devourers fell to their knees, the shadow lifting from their eyes as the corrupting influence faded. Malandir turned to his brother, his expression unreadable. "This is not the end, but perhaps a beginning." As dawn broke over the fractured realms, it revealed a changed world, not destroyed, not remade, but poised at the threshold of a new era. The Guardians of Twilight, long forgotten, would be needed once more to guide the peoples of both mountain and forest through the challenges ahead. Erendir gazed at the horizon, his brother beside him, different yet the same. The path forward was uncertain, but for the first time, it was theirs to choose. High in the transformed sky, sun and moon remained in view, neither dominant, neither submissive, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between light and shadow and the power of choice over destiny. Story 2. The first sign that something was terribly wrong came when the great forges of Moria fell silent. For 7,000 years, The rhythmic percussion of hammers striking anvils had echoed through the majestic mountain halls, accompanied by the deep, resonant songs of the dwarven smiths. These ancient melodies, passed from master to apprentice since the First Age, were not mere work chanties, but magical incantations that bound enchantments into metal and stone. But on that fateful morning, as Master Smith Gorim Ironbeard opened his mouth to sing the awakening verse that would begin the day's work, no sound emerged from his throat. Within the grand forge chambers carved from living rock, panic spread like wildfire through tunnels adorned with veins of luminous crystal. Dwarven masters clutched their throats, their faces contorted in silent screams. Apprentices dropped their tools with resounding clangs that only emphasized the unnatural silence where song should have been. Deep within the mountain, ancient runes that had glowed for millennia began to fade, and the stone itself, once responsive to dwarven touch, grew cold and unfeeling. Young Durin Stonekeeper stood frozen in the doorway of the song archives, his lute clutched tightly against his chest. Unlike the burly warriors and smiths of his clan, Durin was slender for a dwarf, with clever fingers better suited to plucking strings than wielding warhammers. As apprentice to the Keeper of Songs, he was responsible for preserving the musical heritage of his people, a heritage that now hung by a thread. "It's gone, lad," whispered Thrain Songkeeper, his ancient voice barely audible even in the silence. The old dwarf's beard, once braided with golden rings that chimed with his movements, hung limp and dull. The primordial melody, the song that connects us to the stone, I can no longer hear it in my mind. Durin ran calloused fingers across his lute strings. They vibrated normally, producing sound, but when he tried to play the morning invocation, the simplest of the mountain songs, the notes fell flat and lifeless, devoid of their usual magic. "Ogi, what has happened, Master?" Durin asked, dread coiling in his stomach like a serpent. Thrain's eyes, cloudy with cataracts yet still sharp with wisdom, narrowed. "Dark magic, boy. Someone has stolen the voice of the mountains from our people." 3 days later, the Dwarven High Council gathered in the Chamber of Echoes, a vast circular hall where the natural acoustics of the mountain had once amplified their songs to magnificent effect. Now the chamber felt dead, its magic stifled. King Thorin Stonecrown, his face haggard from sleepless nights, addressed the assembly. "Our scouts report similar afflictions in all 7 dwarven kingdoms," he announced grimly. "No dwarf can sing with power. No runesmith can imbue their creations with enchantment. The very stone grows deaf to our touch." From the shadows at the edge of the chamber stepped a figure most dwarves had never seen. Mordak Ravenbeard, leader of the Shadowfoot Guild, the kingdom's seldom acknowledged spies. "My agents have discovered the source of our affliction," Mordak declared, his voice carrying the rasp of one who spent more time in tunnels than proper dwarven halls. "And Lord Vargan of the Dark Elves has enacted an ancient ritual known as the Silence of Stone. His fortress in the Blackthorn Vale pulses with stolen song magic." Murmurs of outrage rippled through the assembly. The Dark Elves had long been enemies of both the mountain dwarves and their surface-dwelling elven cousins, but such a targeted attack was unprecedented. "How does one steal a song?" demanded Gorim Ironbeard. Mordak's expression darkened. "Through forbidden magic and a legendary artifact known as the Harmonic Prism, the ritual requires 8 sacred instruments, 1 for each note in the primordial scale. Vargan has already acquired 7. "And the 8th?" King Thorin inquired. All eyes turned to Durin as Thrain placed a gnarled hand on his apprentice's shoulder. "The last instrument is the crystal lute of harmony," the old keeper explained. "Hidden centuries ago when we foresaw this very threat," Durin swallowed hard, suddenly understanding why his master had insisted he learn the forbidden passages, secret routes that led beyond the dwarven kingdoms. The lute alone is not enough, Thrain continued. To restore the primordial melody, we need someone who can hear the voice of the mountains even without our songs. The old dwarf's eyes gleamed. We need an elf. The chamber erupted in protests until King Thorin raised his hand for silence. Which elf would help us in our hour of need? There is one, Mordak interjected, an exile who dwells at the boundary of our realm and the Whispering Forest. The elves cast her out for claiming she could hear the mountains speak, a gift they believed belonged solely to dwarves. Durin felt the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders even before Thrain spoke again. Her name is Elindra Moonshadow, the old keeper said, and young Durin must seek her aid. The border between the dwarven mountains and elven forests had always seemed to Durin like the edge of the world. Beyond the rocky slopes layered with mist, ancient trees stretched skyward, their emerald canopies filtering sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. He had never ventured this far from the security of stone, and every rustle of leaves set his nerves on edge. Elindra's dwelling appeared so suddenly that Durin nearly walked past it, a structure neither fully tree nor fully house, but something in between. Its walls were living wood curved into elegant arches, while its foundation merged seamlessly with an outcropping of granite. Wind chimes fashioned from crystal and silver danced in the gentle breeze, producing melodies that seemed to respond to the whispering leaves. "I've been expecting a dwarf," came a melodic voice from behind him, though I admit not one so young. Durin whirled to find himself face to face with Elindra Moonshadow. She was tall and willowy like all elves, but there the similarity to her kin ended. Where most elves wore their hair long and adorned with flowers or silver, Elindra's was cropped short, revealing ears that seemed slightly less pointed than those of her people. Her eyes were not the typical elven amber or emerald, but a stormy grey that reminded Durin of the heart of a mountain. Around her neck hung a pendant of rough, unpolished stone, something no self-respecting elf would normally wear. "You're the one who hears the mountains," Durin stated, finding his voice. A sad smile touched Elindra's lips. "A gift that earned me exile among my people who believe trees are the only things that should speak to elves." She studied him with those penetrating grey eyes. "The songs of your people have been silenced." It wasn't a question. Durin nodded grimly. "We need to recover the 8 sacred instruments and rebuild the primordial melody before our connection to the stone fades entirely." 7 instruments, Elindra corrected. "Lord Vargan already possesses 7. You seek the 8th, the crystal lute, to prevent him from completing his ritual." Durin stared at her in astonishment. "How could you know that?" "The mountains told me." Elindra's expression grew distant. "They've been screaming since the silence fell upon your people. Stone doesn't like to be ignored, young dwarf." She turned and entered her dwelling, gesturing for him to follow. Inside, the space opened into a chamber larger than seemed possible from outside. Maps covered one wall, not the precise geometric charts favored by dwarves, but flowing, intuitive renderings that somehow captured the essence of the lands they depicted. "Vargan's ritual will do more than silence your songs," Elindra explained, tracing a path across one of the maps. "It will sever the connection between all beings and the elements they draw power from. The dwarves were merely the first target." "But why?" Durin asked. "What does he gain from such destruction?" Elindra's fingers paused over a region marked in crimson ink. "That is what we must discover as we journey to reclaim the instruments." "We? Did you think I would let a young dwarf bard face a dark elf lord alone?" Elindra raised an eyebrow. "Besides, I've spent decades mapping the hidden places of this world." We'll need those secrets to reach the crystal loot before Vargan realizes it's missing from his collection. Their journey took them through landscapes Durin had never imagined. Crystal caverns where light fractured into rainbow patterns across underground lakes, ancient elven ruins reclaimed by vines that seemed to whisper forgotten lore, mist-shrouded valleys where reality itself seemed to thin, allowing glimpses of other worlds. Throughout their travels, Elindra revealed an uncanny ability to follow what she called the stone's whispers, leading them unerringly toward their goal. And though Durin could not sing the mountain songs of his people, he discovered he could still play ordinary melodies on his traveling lute, simple tunes that nevertheless seemed to bring comfort to Elindra when memories of her exile weighed heavily upon her. Why did you remain so close to elven lands after they cast you out? He asked one evening, as they camped in the shadow of an ancient standing stone. Elindra's fingers traced patterns in the dirt, patterns Durin recognized as ancient dwarven runes. Because I never fully belonged elsewhere, she replied softly. The elves thought me too connected to stone, while the few dwarves I encountered found me too elven. Something in her manner gave Durin pause. You speak as if you know our ways intimately. Perhaps I do. Elindra's eyes reflected the campfire's flames. There are secrets in these lands, young stonekeeper. Secrets of blood and heritage that neither elves nor dwarves wish to acknowledge. Before Durin could press further, the standing stone behind them began to glow with a faint blue light. Elindra leapt to her feet, placing her palm against the ancient marker. We're close, she whispered. The crystal loot lies beneath this waystone. Together, they uncovered a narrow passage descending into darkness. The chamber below was small but exquisite, its walls polished to mirror smoothness. At its center, floating in a beam of moonlight that shouldn't have been possible so far underground, hung the crystal lute, an instrument of such perfect craftsmanship that Durin's breath caught in his throat. It's beautiful, he murmured, reaching out tentatively. As his fingers closed around the lute's neck, a discordant note reverberated through the chamber. The moonlight beam twisted, darkened, and coalesced into a figure both familiar and strange, Lord Vargan of the Dark Elves, his elegant features twisted in a triumphant smile. Thank you for leading me to the final piece, he purred, his voice like silk over steel. You followed us, Elindra accused, positioning herself protectively before Durin. No need, Vargan replied. I simply waited. Did you think I wouldn't recognize my own sister's handiwork in those crude maps the mountains whispered to you? Durin's mind reeled. Sister? Elindra's face had gone pale. Half-sister. Our mother was the same. And her unfortunate taste in lovers crossed both racial lines, Vargan added coldly. Your father was a dwarf diplomat, was he not? While mine was at least a proper elf lord. Suddenly, Elindra's connection to the mountains, her exile, her knowledge of dwarven ways, all made terrible sense. She was half-dwarf herself, concealing her heritage just as Vargan concealed his own mixed bloodline. It's why you're doing this, Durin realized aloud. You're silencing the songs because they remind you of what you're trying to hide. Something flickered in Vargan's perfect features, a crack in his composure. I silence them because they exclude those like us. Neither race would accept a half-blood master of their sacred arts. I will create a new song, one that answers to me alone. At the cost of both our peoples, connections to the elements they revere, Elindra countered. Now, this isn't creation, brother. It's jealous destruction. Vargan's hand shot out, dark energy coalescing around his fingers as he reached for the crystal lute. Durin clutched it tightly, stepping backward, but knew he could not outrun the Dark Elf Lord. In that moment, Elindra did something unexpected. She began to hum, not the elegant, flowing melodies of elves, nor the bold, resonant songs of dwarves, but something in between. A hybrid melody that seemed to capture the steadfastness of mountains and the swaying grace of forests in a single breath. The chamber responded, the very stone vibrating in harmony. Cracks appeared in the floor beneath Vargan's feet, and his spell faltered. "Impossible," he hissed. "No half-blood can command the elements." "I'm not commanding," Elindra replied, her voice steady even as she continued her strange melody. "I'm asking. I'm acknowledging both halves of my heritage instead of denying either." Understanding dawned on Durin. He raised the crystal lute and began to play, following Elindra's lead, creating harmonies that bridged the gap between dwarven and elven traditions. The lute glowed with inner light, its enchantment awakening not to a pure dwarven song but to something new and powerful. Around them, the chamber transformed. The walls became transparent, revealing a vast network of crystal veins running through the mountain, veins that began to pulse with rhythmic light that spread outward like a heartbeat. Vargan staggered backward, clutching his chest. The dark magic he had wielded began to unravel, the stolen songs escaping from his grasp like birds from an opened cage. "Accept who you are, brother," Elindra pleaded, extending her hand. "There is power in being both, not weakness." For a moment, something vulnerable flickered across Vargan's face. A glimpse of the child who had been rejected by two worlds. Then his features hardened once more. "This isn't over," he snarled, and with a gesture, he dissolved into shadow. The pulsing light continued to spread through the crystal network, racing outward through the mountains. In the distance, Durin could hear the faint echoes of dwarven voices as his people rediscovered their songs. Different now, subtly changed by their brief silence, but perhaps richer for the experience. Elindra smiled at him, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "The primordial melody returns, but I think it has learned a new verse." Durin strummed the crystal lute gently, feeling its power resonating with something inside him. Perhaps it's time for both our peoples to learn it as well." Above them, through the now transparent ceiling, they could see the stars wheeling in their ancient patterns, and if one listened closely, with a heart open to new possibilities, one might hear stone and forest joining in harmony for the first time since the world began. The first notes of a song that would change everything. Story 3. In the divided realm of Erethoria, where the world itself seemed to remember ancient grudges, something had gone terribly wrong with the rhythm of creation. Snow fell on blossoming apple trees in the elven highlands of Solastare. Sweltering heat withered the carefully tended underground mushroom farms of the dwarven kingdom of Durgath. Rivers that had followed predictable patterns for 1,000 years now surged with flash floods or dried to cracked riverbeds within the same week. The crystal palace of Solastare gleamed unnaturally in the winter sunlight, its delicate spires, designed to capture and amplify the summer solstice rays, now encased in frost that refracted light in disorienting patterns. Within the Grand Council chamber, Princess Solaria Dawnlight stood defiant before her father, High King Thalorian, and the assembled Luminary Council of Elder Elves. "I did not cause this imbalance," she protested, her golden eyes flashing with indignation. Unlike the pale silver hair common among the solar elves, Solaria's locks burned with the reddish gold of sunset, an anomaly that had always marked her as different. "Why would I destroy the very seasons that fuel our magic?" High Sage Elendor, his ancient face a map of wrinkles beneath a crown of silver leaves, pointed a trembling finger at the princess. "The evidence is irrefutable. Your expeditions to the boundary lands, Your experiments with forbidden elemental bindings, the testimony of your own handmaiden." His voice dropped to a theatrical whisper. "Man, the forbidden texts missing from the celestial archives, texts that describe the manipulation of seasonal energies." Thalorian's face remained impassive, his crown of enchanted sunstone notably dim in the strange, grey light filtering through the crystal dome above. Where once it had pulsed with the vibrant golden energy of summer, now it barely glimmered. "The penalty for disrupting the balance is execution," the king intoned, his voice curiously detached. "However, in light of your royal blood, you will be imprisoned in the Amber Tower until the damage can be undone." Solaria's eyes widened. The Amber Tower was no mere prison. It was a magical construct designed to drain an elf's connection to seasonal energies, leaving them as hollow as autumn husks. Many entered, none had ever left with their powers or sanity intact. "Father, please," she whispered, searching his face for some sign of the parent who had taught her to channel summer light through crystal focuses, who had held her hand as they walked through meadows of singing flowers. "Something else is happening here. Give me time to discover the truth." For a fleeting moment, something flickered in Thalorian's eyes. Recognition, perhaps even concern, before vanishing behind the cold mask of kingship. "The guards will escort you to the tower at dawn," he declared, rising from his sunstone throne. Without meeting her gaze again, he swept from the chamber, the Luminary Council following in his wake like pale shadows. Alone in the vast hall, Solaria felt the weight of injustice settle upon her shoulders. She had indeed visited the boundary lands and studied ancient texts, not to disrupt the seasonal balance, but to understand why the natural cycles had begun to falter months before anyone else noticed. Her research had led her to tales of an artifact from the Age of Formation, the Crown of Seasons, said to maintain the equilibrium between elemental forces. As darkness fell, bringing neither the comforting chorus of night birds that heralded summer evenings, nor the crystalline silence of winter, Solaria made her decision. With nothing but a small pack containing her research notes, a celestial compass, and a vial of captured sunlight, she slipped through the servants' passages and beyond the palace walls, heading not east toward the neutral territories where fugitives typically fled, but west toward the imposing Frostspire Mountains and the kingdom of the Winter Dwarves. The transition between elven and dwarven lands had once been gradual, summer warmth gently yielding to autumn crispness, then winter's embrace. Now, Solaria found herself trudging through ankle-deep mud one moment and knee-high snowdrifts the next. The weather changed not by region, but by the hour, as if the very concept of seasons had shattered into fragments that fell randomly across the landscape. Her fourth day of travel brought her to Whispering Falls, once a majestic cascade whose waters carried messages between elemental spirits. The falls now stood frozen on one side and boiling on the other. No whispers audible above the discordant hiss and crack of water caught between impossible states. It was there that the hunters found her. They appeared soundlessly from the tree line, 5 elven rangers in the silver-blue cloaks of the Luminary Guard, their bows already nocked with shimmering arrows that could pierce both flesh and magic. "Princess Solaria," called their leader, lowering his hood to reveal the severe features of Aldarin Moonshadow, her father's most trusted captain. "Your defiance only confirms your guilt. Return with us willingly, and mercy may yet be possible." Solaria's hand moved to the vial of captured sunlight at her belt, her last resort, a blinding flash that would allow her to escape, but leave her drained of magical resources in hostile territory. Before she could decide, a deep voice rumbled from behind a nearby boulder, its tones as rough and solid as the stone itself. "And if 5 against 1 doesn't seem sporting, even for elven justice," A stocky figure stepped into view, barely reaching Solaria's shoulder in height, but twice as broad. His rust-red beard was intricately braided with blue ice crystals that should have melted against his skin, yet remained perfectly formed. In one hand, he held a warhammer whose head was forged in the shape of a snowflake. In the other, a shield that appeared to be crafted from ice, yet gleamed with metallic strength. "Boromir, Icebeard!" Aldarin spat, shifting his aim toward the newcomer. "Still meddling in affairs beyond your understanding. Exile." "Actually, it's Frostbeard," the dwarf corrected amiably, though his eyes remained hard as flint. "Icebeard was my father. And as for understanding," he chuckled, the sound like stones rolling down a mountainside, "I understand you're trespassing in the neutral territory of the Elemental Concord. Article 7, Paragraph 3, specifically prohibits armed pursuit across boundaries without joint authorization from both realms. This is an internal elven matter," Aldarin snapped. "Not when the fate of both realms hangs in the balance," Boromir countered, then turned to Solaria with a formal bow that somehow avoided being comical, despite the disparity in their heights. "Princess, I believe we share research interests regarding seasonal anomalies and ancient regulatory artifacts." Solaria's eyes widened. "You know of the Crown of Seasons?" "Better," Boromir grinned, the ice crystals in his beard tinkling like wind chimes. "I know where to find it, or at least where to start looking." The standoff might have continued indefinitely had nature itself not intervened. With a sound like the world tearing in half, the frozen side of Whispering Falls suddenly melted, while the boiling side flash froze. The resulting wave of conflicting energies surged outward, forcing all parties to flee in opposite directions. When the elemental chaos subsided, Solaria found herself huddled behind a lightning-struck oak with Boromir, the elven hunters nowhere to be seen. "That was no coincidence," the dwarf said grimly, brushing ice crystals from his beard. "The disruptions are getting worse, and they seem to intensify whenever those connected to seasonal powers gather." "You think the imbalance targeted us specifically?" Solaria asked, incredulous. "Not consciously, but yes." Boromir's eyes, deep blue as glacial ice, studied her with unexpected intensity. "Just as your radiance increases in summer, my connection to winter strengthens in the cold months. But the natural laws governing those relationships are unraveling." He gestured to the bizarre landscape around them. What should have been early autumn forest had patches of spring flowers growing through snow, while summer berries hung frozen on branches alongside winter icicles. The Crown of Seasons was divided into 4 fragments after the first discord, Boromir explained. Each fragment was entrusted to a guardian embodying one seasonal aspect. According to my research, they remain hidden in elemental sanctuaries at the far corners of Erethoria. "Why separate them?" Solaria asked, paging through her own notes to find correlating information. "Because together, they grant control over all seasonal energies, power too great for any single being to wield responsibly." Boromir's tone darkened. At least, that was the theory. A suspicion formed in Solaria's mind. "You believe someone is attempting to reunite the fragments?" "Not exactly." Boromir withdrew an ancient parchment from a waterproof case at his belt. "I believe someone has found a way to drain the fragments from afar, channeling their power without actually possessing them. The effort disrupts the natural balance, causing the chaos we're witnessing." Solaria studied the parchment, recognizing symbols that matched her own research. "This corresponds to texts I found in our archives, texts that went missing shortly before I was accused." Boromir nodded grimly. "Convenient timing. But who would—" Solaria began, then fell silent as realization dawned. Her father's distant behavior, the darkening of his sunstone crown, his refusal to meet her eyes. "Your king," Boromir confirmed, seeing the understanding in her expression, "and our High Thane working in concert. Ancient enemies united by a common desire, immortality," Solaria whispered, the final piece falling into place. The texts spoke of the eternal season, a state of perfect equilibrium where death itself might be transcended. "At the cost of all natural cycles," Boromir added bitterly. "No death, but also no birth. No growth, no renewal. Just stagnation disguised as perpetuity." Solaria's mind raced. Her father had always feared the waning of his powers that came with each winter. The dwarven High Thane Grimir was famously resentful of the summer months when ice magic weakened. Together, they sought to break free from seasonal limitations, regardless of the catastrophic consequences for their realms. "We need to find the Guardians," she declared, rising to her feet with new determination. "And if we can reach them before too much power is drained, we'll need to split the Guardians' power between us temporarily," Boromir finished. "You, with your affinity for summer and spring, me, with my connection to winter and autumn. Together, we might restore the balance." "Why would you help me?" Solaria asked, suddenly wary. "Our peoples have been rivals for generations." Boromir's laugh held no humor. "And I was exiled for suggesting cooperation between our realms might benefit both, called a traitor for researching shared history rather than stoking ancient grudges." He extended a calloused hand. "Besides, I've no desire to live in a world without seasons, even the warm ones." Solaria clasped his offered hand, feeling the surprising warmth of his skin despite the ice crystals still clinging to his beard. "Then we are allies, Boromir Frostbeard." "Indeed we are, Princess Solaria Dawnlight." He glanced at the chaotic sky, where 3 different weather systems visibly collided above them, "and we'd best hurry. The first Guardian, the Spring Keeper, dwells in the crystal glade beyond the Wildlands." "The Wildlands?" Solaria echoed, familiar enough with maps to know the dangers of that untamed region. No one returns from there," Boromir grinned, hefting his snowflake hammer. "No one's had proper motivation before. Besides, with seasons in chaos, the usual predators will be as confused as everything else." As if to punctuate his words, a flock of summer firebirds flew overhead, their light-trailing wings incongruous against dark storm clouds heavy with winter snow. They flew in disorganized patterns, disoriented by the conflicting seasonal pulls. "The first step is always the hardest," Boromir said philosophically, pointing toward a distant ridge where reality itself seemed to waver. "After that, it's just one foot in front of the other, and hope the ground stays solid beneath you." Solaria took a deep breath, casting one last glance toward the Crystal Palace, barely visible on the eastern horizon. Somewhere within those gleaming walls, her father and the dwarven High Thane worked dark magic against the natural order, having already arranged her removal. The thought hardened her resolve. "Then let us take that first step," she declared, "and hope the seasons themselves lend us strength for the journey ahead." Together, the unlikely allies, Princess of Summer and Master of Winter, set forth toward the Wildlands, while behind them, snow fell on summer roses and autumn leaves budded on spring branches. Above it all, the sky swirled with impossible colors as the crown of seasons, scattered to the 4 winds centuries ago, called out for restoration and balance in a world rapidly spinning toward chaos. And deep within the Crystal Palace, High King Thalorian stood before a pulsing orb of temporal energy, his once noble features gaunt with obsession, his eyes no longer fully his own. Beside him, the stocky figure of High Thane Grimir chanted in the ancient tongue of stone, his beard not adorned with ice crystals, but with flickering flames that should have burned yet did not consume. Between them, floating in a column of light that both scorched and froze, hung a partial circlet of twisted metal, two fragments of a crown already reunited, pulsing with stolen power as the seasons themselves bent to their will. "She has fled west," reported a spectral messenger, its form shifting between all four seasonal aspects. "As anticipated," Thalorian replied, his voice overlaid with echoes not his own. "She will lead us to the remaining fragments," Grimir added, his normally gruff tones similarly distorted. Together, they reached toward the incomplete crown, their fingers intertwining above it, elf and dwarf, summer and winter, ancient enemies now bound in unholy alliance. "Let her run," they spoke in unison. "The crown will be complete, and eternity shall be ours." Story 4. The earth trembled beneath the seven kingdoms as Red Mountain awoke from its slumber. Ancient stone groaned against stone, and rivers of molten fire carved new paths through caverns untouched by light for 1,000 years. Deep within the mountain's heart, scales that gleamed like polished rubies shifted as eyes, golden as the sun and ancient as the stars, opened for the first time since the Age of Heroes. Razakel, the last fire dragon, stretched wings that could shadow entire villages and released a roar that shattered stalactites and sent flocks of cave-dwelling shadow bats fleeing toward the surface world. In the dwarven stronghold of Moria, Mastersmith Grimdar Iron Fist jolted awake in his forge, where he had fallen asleep at his anvil. Sweat beaded his brow despite the dying embers of his furnace. The dream vision still burned behind his eyes, a hammer of impossible craftsmanship, striking an anvil of starlight, forging a blade that sang with both the deep resonance of dwarven runes and the ethereal harmony of elven enchantments, and behind it all, the looming shadow of wings and fire. Grimdar's thick fingers, calloused from centuries of metalwork, reached for the pendant at his neck, a fragment of meteoric iron wrapped in silver wire, the last gift from his father before the massacre of Mithril Hall, when elven assassins had slaughtered his clan over a disputed mineral vein. The pendant pulsed with unexpected warmth, confirming what he already knew in his bones. The ancient pact had been activated. Master Grimdar, a young apprentice, burst through the forge doors, his beard barely reaching his chest. "The Council of Elders summons you. The mountain, it moves." Grimdar nodded grimly. "Tell them I'll be there presently. And Thrain," he called as the apprentice turned to leave, "prepare the Vault of Oaths. We'll need what lies within." The council chamber was carved directly from the living rock of the mountain, its domed ceiling inlaid with constellations rendered in precious gems. 7 ancient dwarves sat on granite thrones, their beards so long they pooled on the floor before them, adorned with rune-etched rings that recorded their lineages and achievements. "Udrazakel has awakened," intoned High Elder Durin, his voice as deep and resonant as distant thunder. "The signs are unmistakable. The ancient pact must be honored." Murmurs of discontent rumbled through the chamber like a minor avalanche. "The Elves betrayed that pact when they murdered the clan of Iron Fist," growled Balin Stonecrown. "Why should we honor what they discarded in blood?" Grimdar stepped forward, the dream vision still vivid in his mind. "Because Razakel's awakening threatens all the 7 kingdoms, not just our halls of stone. The vision has come to me. Only a weapon forged with both dwarven craft and elven magic can subdue the dragon of fire." "And who among the tree dwellers would you trust with such a task?" Balin challenged, eyes narrowing beneath bushy brows. Before Grimdar could respond, The great doors to the council chamber swung open. A slender figure stood silhouetted against the torchlight of the corridor, tall and willowy, with eyes that gleamed like polished amethysts and silver hair that seemed to capture and amplify the ambient light. "The elven conclave has also received the signs," announced the newcomer, her voice musical yet strong enough to fill the vast chamber. "I'm Ilariel Starweaver, Archmage of the Silver Grove, sent to fulfill our part in the ancient pact." Grimdar's hand instinctively tightened around his hammer's haft. The name Starweaver sent ice through his veins. It was a Starweaver arrow that had pierced his father's heart, a Starweaver spell that had sealed his mother's lungs with choking vines. "You are not welcome here, elf," he growled, stepping forward. Ilariel met his gaze unflinchingly. "And yet, here I stand, Iron Fist, because destiny cares nothing for our personal grievances." Razakal stirs, and the prophecy is clear. Only together can we forge what's needed to prevent devastation. High Elder Durin raised a gnarled hand for silence. "The Archmage speaks truly. The pact transcends our conflicts." His ancient eyes turned to Grimdar. "You have received the vision. You are the chosen smith. Will you honor the pact?" Grimdar felt the weight of centuries pressing upon him. Generations of Iron Fists who had mastered the secret arts of metallurgy, who had passed down techniques for infusing metal with the very essence of mountain and stone. He thought of his father, who, despite his hatred for elves, had been a dwarf of honor above all. "I will forge the weapon," he declared at last. But know this, Starweaver, I do this for my people, not yours. The blood debt between us remains unpaid." Ilariel inclined her head, silver hair cascading like moonlight on water. "As you wish, Master Smith. The journey before us will be long enough to settle accounts one way or another." The fractured lands stretched between the dwarven mountains and the elven forests, a blasted realm of twisted rock formations, petrified trees, and ravines that glowed with mysterious energies. Once a great kingdom of humans, it had been the first to fall when Razakal last walked the world, transformed by dragonfire into a place where reality itself seemed warped. Grimdar trudged over uneven terrain, his stout legs easily carrying the weight of his forge pack and enchanted warhammer, Stonecrusher. Several paces ahead, Ilariel seemed to almost float over the broken landscape, her movements fluid and effortless, despite the staff of pale wood she carried, Moon Whisper she had named it, though Grimdar had not asked. 3 days of travel had yielded little conversation beyond necessary communication about direction and possible dangers. Now, as they made camp in the shelter of a half-collapsed arch of iridescent stone, the silence had grown tangible. "Your technique with the fire crystals was not without skill," Ilariel offered, as flames of unnatural blue danced in the small pit Grimdar had constructed. "Our few outside the Silver Grove understand how to activate their properties." Grimdar grunted non-committally, though in truth, he had spent decades studying elven crystal craft, believing that understanding an enemy's methods was crucial for defense. "The first element we seek lies beyond the chasm of whispers," he said instead, unrolling a map inscribed on cured dragonhide, an heirloom passed down through generations of Iron Fists. With the heart flame coal, burning since the first dawn, yet never consumed, Ilariel leaned forward, her violet eyes reflecting the blue flames. And beyond that, the tears of the sky, droplets of pure water from the highest clouds, untouched by earth. "Then the adamantine earth from the deepest mine in Moria," Grimdar continued. And finally, the breath of stars, air from the peak of the world spire, where the atmosphere touches the void, Ilariel finished. "With these 4 primordial elements, the forge can be empowered." Grimdar's brow furrowed. You know the prophecy well, for one who claims to have been sent merely as a representative. A shadow passed over Ilariel's delicate features. The Star Weavers have been keepers of the prophecy since it was first spoken. It has been passed from mother to daughter for 20 generations. Convenient that your clan murdered mine, then, Grimdar growled, eliminating possible competition for when the time came to fulfill the prophecy. Ilariel's eyes flashed dangerously. You know nothing of what happened that day, Iron Fist. The stories you've been told. I was there, Grimdar interrupted, his voice like grinding stone. I saw your father lead the attack. I watched your mother's spells strangle my kin. And I, Ilariel replied softly, watched your uncle sacrifice my younger sister to fuel a forbidden ritual. Her blood used to bind spirits of earth to his axe. She held his gaze, centuries of pain evident in eyes too ancient for her youthful appearance. There was wrong done on both sides that day. Before Grimdar could respond, a shriek pierced the twilight, a sound like metal tearing against metal. Both dwarf and elf were on their feet instantly, weapons ready. From the darkness emerged a creature neither had seen before, a twisted amalgamation of flesh and stone, its body partially transformed into crystal that pulsed with sickly red light. Once perhaps a mountain lion, it now moved with unnatural jerks, as if its body fought against itself. Dragon corruption. Ilariel breathed, her staff beginning to glow with silver light. Arazakel's awakening spreads faster than we feared. The corrupted beast lunged, crystal claws slashing toward Grimdar's throat. Stonecrusher met the attack with a resounding clang, sparks flying from the impact. The creature howled, a sound of both pain and rage, before turning toward Ilariel, who wove intricate patterns in the air with Moon Whisper. Vines of pure magical energy erupted from the barren ground, wrapping around the beast's crystalline limbs. Grimdar saw his opening and brought Stonecrusher down with all his strength upon the creature's partially transformed skull. The hammer connected with a sound like breaking glass, and the corruption energy released in a wave that knocked both dwarf and elf backward. As the dust settled, Grimdar found himself sprawled beside Ilariel, who was already rising gracefully to her feet, extending a slender hand toward him. It seems we can work together when necessary, she observed, the faintest hint of a smile touching her lips. Grimdar ignored the offered hand and stood on his own, though something within him had shifted, like metal changing structure under proper tempering. We should move on, he grumbled, retrieving Stonecrusher. The corruption will draw more creatures to this location. As they gathered their belongings in silence, neither mentioned how they had instinctively coordinated their attacks, nor how the magic of Moon Whisper had harmonized perfectly with the runic power of Stonecrusher. The journey to the Chasm of Whispers took another 2 days, during which they encountered more corrupted creatures, each more twisted than the last. By unspoken agreement, they developed fighting patterns that maximized their complementary abilities, though conversations remained brief and guarded. It was near dusk on the 5th day when they reached the chasm's edge, a vast rent in the earth that seemed to have no bottom, from which emanated whispers in languages long forgotten. According to the map, the heart-flame coal burned in a chamber halfway down the eastern wall, accessible only by a narrow path worn by pilgrims of a dead religion. As they made camp one final time before the descent, Ilariel broke their customary silence with an unexpected question. If we succeed in forging this weapon, Iron Fist, what then? Will you use it to slay the dragon, as the surface interpretation of the prophecy suggests? Grimdar paused in his examination of Stonecrusher's enchanted head. That is why we undertake this quest, is it not? To end the threat of Razakel. Elariel's gaze turned toward the chasm, where mist swirled in patterns too deliberate to be natural. There are older versions of the prophecy, kept only in the most ancient texts of the Silver Grove. They speak not of slaying the dragon, but awakening it fully, for Razakel is not simply a beast of destruction. What else could a fire dragon be? Grimdar scoffed. A guardian, Elariel replied softly, a seal upon something far worse. The whispers from the chasm seemed to grow louder, as if responding to her words. Grimdar felt the meteoric iron pendant grow warm against his skin. What worse thing could there be that would require a dragon as its jailer? He asked, voice gruff to hide his unease. Elariel's eyes met his, and for the first time, he saw not the daughter of his enemies, but a fellow warrior burdened by knowledge too heavy to bear alone. The texts call it the void beneath creation, she said, a nothingness that hungers, that would unmake everything, dwarf, elf, human, and all lands between. And it stirs now, causing Razakel to thrash in his half-sleep, creating the tremors we mistake for awakening. Grimdar's hammer fell from suddenly nerveless fingers. Then the weapon we forge may not be meant to kill the dragon at all, Elariel finished. No, but to strengthen the seal, to help Razakel contain what writhes beneath Red Mountain. The dwarven smith looked down at his calloused hands, hands that had created countless weapons of war, tools of destruction, hands that might now be called to forge something meant to preserve rather than destroy. Why did you not speak of this before? He demanded, though the heat had gone from his tone. Would you have believed me? Elariel countered. Would you have trusted the word of a star weaver over the vengeance burning in your heart for centuries? Grimdar had no answer, for they both knew the truth of her words. As night fell fully over the fractured lands, dwarf and elf sat side by side at the edge of the chasm of whispers, listening to secrets carried from the depths of the world. And if their shoulders occasionally touched as they pored over ancient texts by the light of elven crystals, neither drew away. The quest for the four primordial elements had only just begun, and the true purpose of the weapon they would forge remained shrouded in prophecy's mist. But one truth had already been tempered in the fires of their forced companionship. Destiny, like the finest blades, required both strength and flexibility to fulfill its purpose without breaking. And deep beneath Red Mountain, Razakel shifted again in his troubled slumber. Wings spread protectively over a sealed chasm from which no light could escape, his ancient mind reaching out across the fractured lands toward two unlikely allies who might yet preserve the world above from the hunger that gnawed eternally at its foundations. Story 5. The ancient forest of Elirath stood silent under a canopy of stars, its towering silver-leaf trees reaching like ancient guardians toward the night sky. For millennia, these woods had been the sanctuary of the elven kingdom, where time seemed to flow differently, and the whispers of the first days of creation still echoed among the moss-covered stones. Tonight, however, the forest held its breath as if awaiting a moment that had been prophesied since before memory. High above, the eternal moon, larger and more luminous than any ordinary moon, hung like a perfect alabaster sphere, its light bathing the forest in an ethereal glow. Then, without warning, a flash of brilliance burst across the heavens as a fragment of the celestial body broke free, trailing silver fire as it plummeted toward the heart of Elirath. Princess Liriandel Moonwhisper stood on the highest balcony of Lumindar, the crystal citadel of the elven kingdom, her keen eyes following the moon shard's descent. Unlike most of her people, whose hair shimmered with the silver white of moonlight, Liriandel's flowed like liquid gold, a mark of the ancient bloodline that flowed through her veins. The royal bow of silver shaft, crafted from a branch of the first tree and strung with enchanted starlight, rested comfortably in her grip. "Father," she called, turning to the regal figure behind her. King Thalorian's face remained impassive, though his ancient eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. "The prophecy speaks true. The eternal moon has shed its tear." "So it begins," Thalorian murmured, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "Summon the Council of Light." The seal weakens with every passing moment, but even as messengers race to gather the elven elders, a distant sound rolled through the forest, not a sound of destruction from the fallen shard, but something far more terrifying, a low, resonant laughter that seemed to rise from the very earth itself. The leaves of the silverleaf trees shuddered and curled, while creatures of the forest fled in silent panic. "The shadow tyrant stirs," Thalorian whispered, his face now ashen. "After 1,000 years, he reaches for the waking world once more." Within days, the first elven settlements along the forest's edge reported a strange, creeping darkness. Not the wholesome shadow of night, but a viscous mist that devoured light and transformed all it touched. Elven scouts who ventured too close returned hollow-eyed and changed, their once melodious voices now speaking only in praise of the coming darkness. Those who did not return at all were more fortunate. In the Council of Light, voices grew desperate and divided. "We must abandon the outer reaches and strengthen the wards around Lumindar," advised Eldarin Starweaver, eldest of the council members. "No," Liriandel's voice cut through the chamber. "Retreat only hastens our defeat. The ancient texts speak of the Crystal Oath, a relic capable of binding the shadow once more." "Those texts are fragmented," scoffed Eldarin. "The Crystal Oath was shattered during the first sealing, and its pieces scattered to prevent the binding from ever weakening." "Then we must recover the fragments," Liriandel insisted, her golden eyes burning with determination. 5 shards for the 5 elements that comprise our world. I will find them." "You are the heir to Lumindar," Thalorian objected, though something in his expression suggested he had expected this very proposal. "Your place is here, with your people." "My place is wherever I can best serve them," Liriandel countered, meeting her father's gaze unflinchingly. "The prophecy speaks of golden light against encroaching dark." "That is me, father." "It has always been me." 3 days later, Liriandel stood at the edge of the Silverleaf Wood, where the outermost trees of Elirath met the rocky foothills of the Iron Mountains. Behind her, the forest she had known all her life. Ahead, the forbidden kingdoms of the Dwarves, where no elf had been welcomed for 5 generations. The ancient maps had been clear. The first fragment of the Crystal Oath lay deep within Moria, the greatest of the dwarven strongholds. "Princess." The gruff voice from the shadows made her spin, arrow knocked in an instant. "I'd advise against entering dwarf lands alone. They're not particularly fond of your kind." A stocky figure emerged from behind a boulder, a dwarf, but unlike any Liriandel had seen in the ancient tomes. His beard, which should have been elaborately braided and adorned with clan beads, hung loose and unkempt. Rather than the heavy armor typical of his people, he wore light leather reinforced with metal plates that allowed for swift movement. Most unusual of all were his eyes, not the earthy browns or stolid greys of dwarf kind, but a startling blue that seemed almost elven. "Thorgin, at your service," he introduced himself with a mocking bow. "Renegade, exile, and guide for foolish elven royalty with death wishes." Liriandel's eyes narrowed. "How do you know who I am? Golden hair, enchanted bow, determination bordering on arrogance. You could only be the Moon Whisper Princess." He shrugged. "Besides, word travels. The Shadow Tyrant's awakening affects all realms, not just your precious forest. And you offer aid? Why would a dwarf help an elf?" A shadow crossed Thorgin's face, and his hand moved unconsciously to a pendant hidden beneath his jerkin. Let's just say I have personal reasons for wanting the darkness contained. The first fragment lies in the forgotten forge beneath the eastern halls of Moria, a place even most dwarves fear to tread. You need me. Despite her misgivings, Liriandel knew he spoke the truth. Very well, Master Thorgin. Lead on. The path into the Mountain Kingdom proved treacherous. Not only were dwarven patrols thick along the borders, but the spreading influence of the Shadow Tyrant had reached even here. Corrupted wildlife attacked without warning, their eyes gleaming with unnatural malice. After a particularly vicious encounter with a pack of shadow-tainted mountain wolves, Liriandel bound Thorgin's wounded arm with herbs and bandages from her pack. You fight well for a dwarf, she admitted grudgingly, almost as if you've trained in elven techniques. Thorgin winced as the healing mixture stung his wound. Full of surprises, me. But his flippant tone couldn't quite mask the pain that flashed across his features, pain that seemed to run deeper than physical injury. 5 days of cautious travel brought them to a hidden entrance to Moria, a narrow crevice that widened into a tunnel bearing none of the ornate carvings that adorned proper dwarven passages. Smugglers, rout, Thorgin explained as he lit a lantern of blue crystal fire, useful for those who find themselves unwelcome among their own kind. Liriandel studied her companion in the azure glow. What did you do to earn exile, Thorgin? You've guided me faithfully thus far, yet you clearly harbor secrets. The dwarf's expression hardened. We all have secrets, princess. Even your noble father. He turned away, advancing deeper into the tunnel. Some betrayals cut too deep to speak of lightly. The Forgotten Forge lay far beneath the inhabited levels of the Dwarven Kingdom, in caverns so ancient that the very rock seemed to hum with memory. Massive anvils, long cold, stood like monuments to forgotten crafts. Thorgin led the way unerringly, as if drawn by an invisible thread, until they reached a circular chamber with a pedestal at its center. Upon it rested a crystalline fragment, no larger than a child's palm, that pulsed with inner light. The first piece of the crystal oath, Thorgin breathed. The ember of beginning. As Liriandel stepped toward it, the shadows around them deepened, coalescing into hooded figures that moved with unnatural fluidity. Shadow servants, she hissed, drawing her bow in one smooth motion. He knows we're here. He's always known, Thorgin replied grimly, unsheathing twin axes from his back. The question is whether we're strong enough to claim the fragment anyway. The battle was desperate and swift. Liriandel's arrows, enchanted with elven light magic, pierced the shadow creatures, temporarily dispersing their forms. Thorgin's axes, surprisingly agile in his hands, carved through the darkness with unexpected effectiveness. Together, they fought their way to the pedestal. Liriandel seized the crystal fragment, expecting resistance, but it came willingly to her hand, recognizing something in her touch. The moment her fingers closed around it, visions flashed through her mind, glimpses of the past, of the first sealing, of a terrible battle between light and shadow, and central to it all, a face both familiar and strange. An elven lord whose features mirrored her own, yet twisted with bitterness and power beyond measure. "Grandfather," she gasped, staggering backward. Thorgin caught her arm, steadying her. "What did you see?" "The Shadow Tyrant. He's of my blood." Horror and understanding warred in her expression. "Thalorian is not just my father. He's the son of the very enemy we fight." Understanding dawned in Thorgin's eyes. "And now you know why I trust no one completely. Princess, the greatest betrayals often come from those closest to us." He hesitated, then reached for the pendant he kept hidden. From beneath his jerkin, he withdrew a crystal shard identical to the one Liriandel now held, the second fragment of the crystal oath. The stone of endurance, he explained as her eyes widened. Passed down through my mother's line, a line that traces back to the dwarven smiths who helped forge the original oath. My exile came when I discovered the truth our kings had hidden for generations, that dwarves and elves once worked together to imprison the shadow, and that only together could we maintain that prison. Liriandel studied the two fragments, now glowing more brightly in proximity to each other. Then our meeting was no coincidence. The oath calls to its pieces, Thorgyn agreed, and to those destined to reunite them. But finding the remaining three fragments will prove far more challenging. They lie in realms even more dangerous than these. As if in response to his words, the entire mountain shuddered, and a distant roar echoed through the ancient halls, a sound of rage and recognition that chilled their blood. He senses the fragments awakening, Liriandel whispered. We must move quickly. The next lies in the Whispering Marsh, Thorgyn said, securing both crystal shards in a specially lined pouch. Home to creatures far less reasonable than dwarves or shadow servants. Liriandel managed a grim smile. Then it's fortunate I have a guide who's full of surprises. As they made their way back toward the surface, distant thunder rolled across the lands of both dwarf and elf. Storm clouds gathered over Elirath, unnaturally dark and shot through with veins of crimson lightning. And in the highest tower of Lumindar, King Thalorian stood at his window, watching the approach of darkness with ancient eyes that held secrets darker still. The first fragment had been found, but the true test of the unlikely alliance between elven princess and dwarven exile had only just begun. For in the gathering shadow, bonds of blood and honor would be tested against the pull of an ancient evil that whispered of power and vengeance, whispers that grew ever stronger as the darkness spread across the land that had once imprisoned it. Story 6. The Lament of Ancient Waters. The dawn mist clung to the jagged shoreline of Sea-Watch like ghostly fingers, as if the drowned spirits of Nimrith reached up from their watery graves to touch the world of the living once more. Myra stood ankle-deep in the frigid morning tide, her weathered fishing boat rocking gently behind her. Empty nets draped across its wooden frame like abandoned spiderwebs. The catch had been poor for weeks now, not just for her, but for every fisher along the coast. The waters were changing. "Something's wrong with the sea," her father had muttered the night before he disappeared, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the monstrous waves had claimed 3 village boats in as many weeks. Those were his last words to her, spoken like a prophecy that now haunted the shoreline. Since then, the waters had grown darker, carrying a faint iridescent sheen that reminded Myra of a dying fish's scales. The villagers whispered of poison, of curses, of the wrath of forgotten gods. Myra pulled her tattered cloak tighter around her shoulders, the salt-crusted fabric rough against her skin. At 20 summers old, she had already weathered more storms than most, twice her age. Her calloused hands bore the marks of 1,000 fishing lines, and her sea-green eyes, unusual among the brown-eyed villagers of Sea-Watch, reflected the ever-changing moods of the ocean she had known all her life. But lately, the sea had become a stranger to her, and so had her dreams. Each night for the past month, Myra had been visited by visions of sunken spires and coral palaces, of strange beings with elongated limbs and webbed fingers who danced among luminescent gardens beneath the waves. Sometimes, in these dreams, she found herself swimming alongside them, breathing water as if it were air, her body moving with an effortless grace she had never known in her waking hours. "Just the fancy of a tired mind," old Marta had told her when Myra confided in the village healer. but Marta's eyes had betrayed her words, widening slightly as if recognizing something in Myra's description before quickly glancing away. A flash of silver in the distance caught Myra's attention. Something massive was moving beneath the surface, sending ripples across the otherwise calm morning waters. The fisherman had reported seeing strange creatures lately, beasts with too many limbs and glowing eyes, unlike anything known in these parts. Just 3 days ago, the harbour master's son had been dragged beneath the waves by what witnesses described as a serpent with scales that gleamed like polished obsidian. Myra should have retreated to the safety of the shore. Instead, she found herself wading deeper, drawn by a curiosity she couldn't explain. The water rose to her knees, then her waist, soaking her simple woolen dress. The silver shape circled closer, and now she could see it clearly. A serpent indeed, at least 20 feet long, its scales shifting between silver and midnight blue as it moved. "Curiosity claims the cat, as shore dwellers say," came a voice from behind her, melodic yet foreign, each word flowing into the next like water over smooth stones. Myra spun around, nearly losing her footing on the slippery ocean floor. Standing waist-deep in the water, where no one had been moments before, was a figure that seemed to have emerged from her dreams. Tall and lithe, with skin the pale blue-green of shallow tropical waters, he regarded her with eyes that contained no whites, only irises the color of deep-sea pearls. His hair, the color of wet silver, floated around his shoulders as if still underwater, despite being above the surface. An elf, but not like the forest elves who occasionally traded with Sea-Watch. This was something else entirely. "You should not be here, surface child," the creature continued, tilting his head curiously. "These waters grow treacherous for your kind." Before Myra could respond, the serpent lunged. Not at her, as she first feared, but at the strange elf-like being. With impossible speed, the stranger twisted aside, his movements liquid and precise. The serpent's massive head crashed into the water where he had stood, sending a wave that knocked Myra off her feet. She fell backward, fully submerged. Water filled her nose, her mouth, her lungs. But the drowning sensation she expected never came. Instead, she found herself breathing, actually breathing underwater, as naturally as she did air. Shock paralyzed her momentarily as she watched the battle unfold beneath the surface. The stranger wielded no visible weapon, yet the water around his hands condensed into swirling blades of ice as he danced around the serpent's attacks. The beast's movements were becoming erratic, desperate, its black eyes reflecting not hunger, but fear. "Enough, Sentinel," the stranger commanded, his voice perfectly clear underwater, resonating not through Myra's ears, but somehow directly into her mind. "Return to your master. Tell Mergor that Elrith, guardian of the Tidewhisper throne, still stands watch." At the mention of the name Mergor, the serpent recoiled as if struck, then turned and vanished into the depths with unnatural speed. Myra realized she had been underwater for minutes now, and panic finally set in. She thrashed toward the surface, breaking through with a desperate gasp, only to find her lungs still working perfectly, transitioning seamlessly between water and air. "Impossible," she sputtered, more to herself than to the stranger Elrith, who surfaced beside her with the grace of a diving bird. "Not impossible," he replied, studying her with new intensity. "Merely improbable. The sea blood runs stronger in you than I expected." "I don't understand," Myra said, her voice shaking. "What's happening to me? What's happening to our waters?" Elrith's expression darkened. "War is happening, surface child. A war that began centuries before your birth, when your ancestors chose land over loyalty." He extended a webbed hand toward her face, hesitating just short of touching her cheek. "Those eyes. They are the eyes of Queen Lysandria, the last true ruler of Nymerith before the drowning." "You're mad," Myra whispered. Yet something resonated within her at the mention of that name. Lysandria, as if she had always known it. "Come," Aelrith said, his tone softening. "There is much you must see, much you must know, if there is any hope of stopping what has begun." Without waiting for her response, he dived beneath the waves. And against all reason, Myra followed. They descended into darkness that gradually gave way to an ethereal blue glow, emanating not from the sun above, but from the depths below. Schools of fish, unlike any Myra had seen from her boat, parted before them. Creatures with translucent bodies that pulsed with internal light, others with too many fins arranged in impossible symmetry. As they swam deeper, Myra's eyes adjusted to perceive what she had at first taken for strange rock formations. Ruins, massive, ancient ruins stretching across the seabed as far as she could see. Crumbling towers and fallen archways, roads paved with iridescent tiles, and at the center, a vast circle of standing stones surrounding what could only be described as a palace, partially collapsed yet still magnificent, its architecture both familiar and utterly alien. "Nimmereth," Aelrith said, the name carrying the weight of mourning even in the telepathic speech. "The greatest kingdom of the Tide Elves, now the tomb of our civilization." He led her through an archway adorned with carvings of elves and strange sea creatures living in harmony, into the palace itself. Inside, against all logic, was a pocket of air, a vast chamber somehow kept dry despite being hundreds of feet beneath the ocean's surface. At its center stood a throne carved from a single massive pearl, its surface etched with flowing script that seemed to move like currents when Myra tried to focus on it. Behind the throne hung an enormous tapestry depicting a female elf of extraordinary beauty, extending her hand to a figure that could only be described as a god, a towering being composed partly of water, crowned with coral and starfish. "Queen Lysandria and Myrodius, god of the abyssal depths," Aelrith explained, following her gaze. "Their union brought prosperity to both the surface and underwater realms for 3 centuries. Until," Myra asked, somehow knowing there was more to the story, "until the humans of the surface grew fearful of our power," Aelrith's voice hardened. "They could not understand the balance we maintained. In their ignorance, they believed Lysandria had been ensorcelled by Myrodius, that the Tide Elves were planning to flood the coastal kingdoms." He approached the throne, running his webbed fingers along its arm. "They created a weapon, the Tidebane, forged from metals poisonous to our kind and enchanted with magics designed to sever the connection between the realms. When they used it, the results were far beyond what they intended." "The drowning," Myra whispered. Aelrith nodded grimly. "The sea rose in Myrodius's fury, swallowing much of the coast. Nimmereth sank beneath the waves. Lysandria, caught between her love for Myrodius and her people, used the last of her power to preserve what she could of both worlds, binding herself to the Tidewhisper throne to maintain the barrier between them." He turned to Myra, his pearl eyes reflecting the ghostly light of the chamber. "But now Maegor, son of Myrodius by another consort, seeks to undo her work. For centuries he has been sealed in the abyssal temple, but the binding weakens. The poison spreading through the waters is his doing, a corruption that weakens the barriers Lysandria created." "What does this have to do with me?" Myra asked, though a growing certainty was forming within her. "You bear the bloodline of both Lysandria and Myrodius," Aelrith said simply. "Their daughter escaped the drowning, lived among humans, continued the line in secret. Through countless generations, that heritage has come to you." He gestured to a small pool at the base of the throne that Myra hadn't noticed before. Its surface shimmered with an unnatural clarity. reflecting not the chamber around them but scenes from somewhere else, a vast underwater temple surrounded by swirling dark energies, and within it a figure that appeared half elf and half water elemental, performing some kind of ritual over a massive crystal. Myrgor prepares the final spell that will drain the magic from the surface world to fuel his resurrection of Nimerith, Elrith continued. When completed, the lands above will wither and die as their essence is pulled beneath the waves. How do we stop him? Myra asked, surprising herself with how readily she accepted this impossible situation. Elrith's expression became guarded. The spell can be reversed, the balance restored, but it requires someone of both bloodlines standing at the Tidewhisper throne and at the Abyssal Temple simultaneously. That's impossible. No one can be in two places at once. No, Elrith agreed quietly. They cannot. One must choose, the throne or the temple, surface or depths. In choosing one, the other realm will suffer irreparably. The truth of her situation crashed over Myra like a tidal wave. To save her people, she would have to sacrifice the underwater kingdom of her ancestors. To save Nimerith, she would condemn the surface towns to a slow death as magic drained from the land, half of her soul for half of her heritage. There was no choice that wouldn't leave her broken. As if sensing her thoughts, Aelrith spoke again, his voice gentler than before. There is a third way, but it has never been attempted, and the cost would be greater still. Myra looked up, hope and dread mingling in her heart. Tell me. The blood of Lysandria and Myrodius flows in your veins, he said. If freely given at both sites simultaneously, it could create a new barrier, a bridge rather than a divide. Neither realm would thrive as it once did, but neither would perish. My blood, you mean my life, Myra said, understanding dawning. Aelrith didn't deny it. Your essence would become the conduit, forever between worlds, neither living nor dead, neither human nor elf, nor god. A guardian spirit of the barrier. Myra closed her eyes, thinking of Sea-Watch, of her father lost to the changing sea, of the villagers who had always viewed her as slightly strange with her sea-green eyes and her affinity for the water. She thought, too, of these ruins, of the heritage she had never known but somehow always felt calling to her in her dreams. Show me the way to the Abyssal Temple, she said finally, opening her eyes. I will not choose between halves of my soul. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the waters above the sunken kingdom, Myra made her way toward her destiny, a child of two worlds preparing to become neither and both. The living bridge between land and sea, the guardian of a balance as ancient and powerful as the tides themselves. In the centuries that followed, sailors would tell stories of the Lady of the Waters who appeared during storms to guide ships to safety, or of the haunting songs that rose from the depths on moonlit nights, carrying melodies of both sorrow and joy. In time, the coastal villages built shrines where the ocean met the shore, leaving offerings for the guardian who had sacrificed everything to save both the worlds she loved. And beneath the waves, in the restored splendor of Nimerith, tales were told of the Surface Queen, whose heart beat in the current that surrounded the Pearl Throne, and whose watchful presence ensured that never again would the realms of land and sea turn against one another. For in the end, Myra had chosen not surface or depths, but the liminal space between, becoming the living embodiment of the lament of ancient waters, a song of loss and preservation that would echo through the tides for all eternity.